Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, go ahead, Mayor.
I hereby call the Santa Ana Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Penaloza.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan.
Here.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
5 members present. That is a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to closed session?
There are none.
Thank you. Do any council members need to announce their abstentions on closed session items? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session?
We do not have any speakers for closed session in person or on Zoom, and we did not receive any e-comments related to the closed session agenda items.
Thank you. We will now recess this portion of the meeting to consider the items listed on closed session agenda.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, you can go ahead.
Excuse me. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. As a reminder, this is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. As mayor, I'm afforded the opportunity to call for a recess or a break or to even clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of the entrances and exits. Guidelines for members of the news media or anyone else who wishes to film or photograph the meeting are available in the lobby. During city council presentations and oaths of office, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan.
Here.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
All members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
For any member of the public on Zoom or teleconference, in order to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom now to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. Thank you.
Thank you. Commander Andrade, would you please come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand and face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. The words of inspiration will be provided by the, you go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
By the Ching-Wei Lion and Dragon Dance Cultural Troupe.
Come on down, please. Mayor Pro Tem, if they're done, would you like to make your presentation, please?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hopefully those lions got you very excited, awake. So, well, come on. All right. So, as you know, my name is Thai Viet Phan. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm also the first Vietnamese American person and the first Asian woman elected to the city of Santa Ana. And today we are issuing a proclamation celebrating October 1st, 2024 as Mid-Autumn Festival Day. I think this might be the first time, as far as I'm aware, at City Hall that we have lion dancers here, and we're so excited because this recognition, this proclamation, is being presented to the Chingwei Lion and Dragon Dance Cultural Troupe, and we have Angela Nguyen, who is the executive assistant and junior coach to the troupe. So please give them a round of applause. And so I convinced Mr. City Manager to allow the Lions to come because, you know, words of inspiration, it could be poetry, it could be a prayer, and lions are meant for good luck and celebration. A Mid-Autumn Festival, as some of you may or may not know, is one of the most important holidays in many Asian cultures. In Vietnamese culture, we call it Tết Trung Thu. It's essentially our Thanksgiving. It's when our families come together, we celebrate children, we have lanterns, we have a feast, we have food, and it's about families. And part of that is really about educating each other and the city about the different cultural diversity we have here in the city of Santa Ana. And when you think about Tết Trung Thu or Mid-Autumn Festival, you think about communities coming together to celebrate each other and to really celebrate children, which is one of the few festivals I think that we have in the city. Now, why Chingwei? Well, Chingwei is one of our incredible partners. Ever since the first Mid-Autumn Festival that the city put on 3 years ago now, they have just been incredible partners. They have pulled out every single stop at every single event, never hesitating to say yes, never hesitating to bring the little dragon, the little lion, the big lion, the dragon, everything, because I know, in speaking to Austin and the team, that they are just as dedicated to bringing Asian American, Vietnamese American culture to the city of Santa Ana and to celebrating that as much as we are here. So, who's Chingwei? I'm going to leave Angela to talk a little bit more about that, but I also wanted to say that Chingwei also has a special place in my heart because I went to my cousin's wedding this spring, and lo and behold, I saw some lion dancers, and who were they? They were Chingwei. So it's really something that is important to me, and I really believe that together we can continue to celebrate this cultural diversity and really elevate what it means to be a Santa Ana resident. Turn it over to Angela.
Hi, as mentioned, I am Angela Nguyen, Executive Assistant of Chingwei Lion and Dragon Cultural Troupe. We pride ourselves in being the forefront of pioneering lion dancing in the Western Hemisphere. We have quite a few names outside of the country. Internationally, we have Chingwei Singapore, and we are very proud to serve the city of Santa Ana. We love to educate the youth in our culture and are very accepting of other ethnicities and spreading awareness of this culture to many other people around us.
Awesome. So with that, if I can ask my colleagues to come on down to grab a photo if you'd like next to the lions before we let them out. And if you guys want to come on up too, we can do a little group picture in the front.
Awesome.
Thank you. Okay, let's go over there. It'll be a little bit different. So, And before I forget, if you want to see the longer, extended, super version of what you just saw, make sure you come out on this Saturday, October 5th, between 4 and 8 p.m. at Centennial Park for our Mid-Autumn Festival. It's free for everyone. Bring your families, bring your friends. Thanks.
Well, that was beautiful. We're going to can't top that, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for making arrangements for that. I am presenting today because it is the International Day of Older Persons. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. And presenting to the Asian American Senior Citizens Service Center, Luna Lu. I'm sure there's others in this room that fall under the International Day of Older Persons. Everybody coming up? If you want to join us, if you fall under that, you're more than welcome to come up. Everybody's always welcome. Hello, how are you? Hello. Come on up. ¿Cómo que no? Sí, vamos con nosotros.
They know. Everybody's always welcome.
A todos, por favor, come on. I knew I'd get other people up here. Hello, hello. Hello. Come on down, come on in. Okay. Got it. Come on, señor. Aquí está bien. Okay, on December 14th, 1990, the United Nations General Assembly designated October 1st as the International Day of Older Persons, recognizing the valuable contributions of older adults and the increasing challenges brought by aging. If you've been here a couple of council meetings ago, if you were here, you heard us talking about how we want Santa Ana to be senior friendly. We want to be that city. This year's theme, Aging with Dignity, the importance of strengthening care and support systems for older persons worldwide, emphasizes the need to build compassionate and fair systems that ensure older adults receive the care and support they deserve. Today, nearly 900 million people worldwide are over the age of 60. 900 million. And by 2050, that number is expected to reach 1.6 billion. For the first time in history, older people will outnumber children, which challenges us to rethink how we care for our aging population, Mr. City Manager. The International Day of Older Persons is a time to reflect on the significance of older adults in our communities. They are our teachers, our mentors, and carriers of wisdom. We must continue to honor their contributions and stay committed to addressing the challenges of aging through inclusive and sustainable policies. The Asian American Senior Citizen Service Center sets a powerful example of how to support our elders through direct care and services and culturally sensitive wellness programs. The center empowers older adults to enhance their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Their work strengthens our diverse community and ensures older persons can age with dignity. Recently, the AASC-SC collaborated with the City of Santa Ana Parks and Rec Senior Services Section to host the second annual Older Adults Celebration held this past weekend. The event brought together multiple generations to enjoy a variety of free activities. And I want to thank the city staff for that. Hawk, all of your staff, everybody who participated from the city. It's a beautiful event, and it was wonderful to have everybody there. And I went as the mayor. I'm sure I'm going to be there soon, but I went as the mayor. Several members of our elder community who participate in our Parks and Rec senior services are with us this evening. I can't name them all, but I just want you to know they're all behind me, and there's many more that are not here tonight. It is my privilege to declare October 1st, 2024 as International Day of Older Persons and to recognize the AASC and our elders for their invaluable contributions in strengthening support systems that protect and uplift our aging population. And I just want to say something that before I give this proclamation, Jennifer, to you, and I'm not going to read all the whereases because it's so many, but I really want to thank you for all the work that you guys do. And I want to thank all of the older adults, all the seniors that are here, and thank you for everything. I spend a lot of time with them because they truly are carriers of wisdom. And many of you have parents that you take care of, and so you know that the wisdom that they have and the love that they have for our community and for all of you. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all of you for everything that you do. And so with that, I'm going to give you a proclamation declaring the International Day of Older Persons signed by the mayor and the entire city council. So thank you, Jennifer.
Do you want me to do the remarks first? Do I do remarks first or take a photo? Do remarks? Okay. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Mesqua and Santa Ana City Council for recognizing the Asian American Senior Citizen Service Center, also known as ASCSC, and the opportunity to share brief remarks. My name is Jennifer Wang, and I'm the Exec Director of ASCSC. Tonight, as we come together to celebrate International Older Adults Day, we are honored to receive this recognition from the City of Santa Ana. This moment is not about ASCSC. It is about deep sense of empathy, connectedness, and humanity that binds us as we honor our older adults and what it means to age. Founded as a 501c3 in 1989, ASCSC was founded by Chinese American community leaders to address issues facing their aging parents with the philosophy to care for elders as if they were our own. Since then, ASCSC has become a trusted community organization and partner with a history of ensuring our most vulnerable, and that includes our low-income seniors, our refugees, our immigrants, to have equitable access to quality social and health programs and services. We take an intergenerational and cross-cultural approach to our work to ensure that no one is left behind. I have the privilege, as the Exec Director, to witness the resilience, wisdom, and grace of our older adults for the last decade. Each older adult's story is a chapter in our history. Each face carries a lifetime of experiences, and each moment spent with them is a reminder of the hardships that we have endured so that we can enjoy the lives and freedom we have today. This freedom serves as a reminder of the importance of fostering community where empathy flourishes, where connectedness is celebrated, and where the humanity of our older adults is also celebrated and recognized. It is a call to action for all of us to embrace our older adults, to ensure that they are never forgotten or overlooked. They have a right to be heard, seen, and to be known. They have a right to live with life with dignity and respect. With a grateful heart and a tremendous grateful heart, we thank you for this recognition, and we look forward to partnering together to serve, protect, and celebrate our elders. Together, let us nurture a community where empathy, connectedness, and humanity thrive, and where every member of our society, especially our older adults, are cherished as the invaluable treasures that they are. And there's one thing that I have to share, because cultural resiliency is really key to what we do. It started with our philosophy to care for elders if we're our own. Well, tonight, we are invited guests. And as invited guests, we always make a point, we never come to anybody's house or home without a gift, especially food. So tonight, if you guys notice what I'm carrying, this is what we call our longevity peach, or in Chinese, sotao. So this is actually something that is very special. Not all bakeries make it. This is special ordered, actually all over from Rolling Heights. We couldn't find any in Santa Ana yet, maybe one day. But we brought this to share with everybody. It is a steamed bun. It's vegetarian. It has a sweet paste. If you have a chance, please grab one and enjoy. We recommend to heat it up just a bit, but these were just made fresh today, so just gobble it up and enjoy. And as a reminder, really, our elders, as you can see here, they want to be seen, they want to be heard. So take time, whether it is within your own family or in your neighborhood, say hi to them, embrace them. Thank you.
before we take a picture, I just want to say that I was with them recently, and I met a man that's 102 years old that lives here across the senior center. And he served our country proudly, and he wanted me to know that. And the other gentleman I met, I talked to a lot of them, but I always do. But another gentleman was 91 years old, and he still drives. And I was like, wow, I want to be like you. I want to drive at 91. So I just want you all to know that they're not just sitting there. They are out, and they're active, and they're involved in their community, and they're making change. And they call me all the time to say, Mayor, we want this, we want that, we want this, we want. And I listen to them, and I interact with them. And so I would recommend that you all do too. I know Parks and Recs does. So thank you, Hawk. But just enjoy them while you have them. They are our carriers of wisdom. So thank you. Oh, you want to say something? Oh, wait, yeah.
I'm going to speak Spanish. Estoy muy agradecida con mi ciudad de Santa Ana porque somos dos senior center que estamos representando, Southwest Senior Center y Santa Ana Senior Center, aquí nomás cerca en la tercera. Queremos pedir por favor que nos expandan nuestro Senior Center de Southwest porque ya no cabemos. Es tan bueno nuestro lugar donde estamos a veces hasta 6 horas, 8 horas como yo. Me encanta participar ahí y estamos muy orgullosas de todo nuestro centro, pero ya no cabemos. Somos 180 personas o más a veces por el ejercicio que hacemos muy bueno, entonces ya no hay espacio. Por favor, queremos que expandan nuestro lugar para que quepa más gente. Hoy no cupieron, entonces es una lástima que no tengamos un lugar donde hacer ejercicio suficiente grande. Y aquí doy gracias a Mezco, a la señora alcaldesa y a todo su city staff, que son unas lindas personas. Yo los conozco y los quiero mucho. Margarita Macedonia fue mi mentora, fue la que me ayudó a que yo me pueda expresar y estoy muy agradecida con todo el city staff. Gracias.
All right, men, batter up.
Margarita. Vamos. Good evening, everybody. Tonight, we'll be recognizing Community Planning Month. So, change is constant and affects all cities, whether they are urban, suburban, or rural. Planners can help navigate this change by gathering input from various stakeholders and using data-driven insights and expertise to help shape opportunities for how people live and work and help businesses and residents determine the future of our community. For the full benefits of planning to be realized, elected and appointed officials need to support excellence in planning and plan implementation. We have seen that here in Santa Ana with such accomplishments as the update of our city's general plan, led by our very own planning and building agency staff. See, I don't have bagpipes or a dragon, so I'm sorry, guys. Planning isn't always sexy. Santa Ana General Plan established a shared vision of our community's aspirations to be the world-class capital of Orange County that celebrates diversity, neighborhoods, and cultural heritage. The Santa Ana General Plan is meant to help every decision maker, stakeholder, business, and resident take the steps necessary to help realize this vision. Our planning and building agency staff are leading the efforts on the update of our city zoning code, the largest effort since, I'm going to say, the 1950s, right? Correct. Yeah. So the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States. National Community Planning Month is an opportunity to highlight how planning is essential to every community and how planners are uniquely positioned to identify solutions to communities' most difficult land use questions. And whether you know it or not, you're constantly asking land use questions, whether you know it or not. The celebration of National Community Planning Month also gives us the opportunity to express our appreciation for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. So that's why I wanted to bring these folks up here tonight to recognize them, because not only are we celebrating National Community Planning Month, but it is their effort not only to bring us into the 21st century with an updated general plan, but to go further with an updated zoning code that you'll see rolled out over time, and you will have an opportunity to participate in that process. But for all the work that our planners do in advocating for this city, I can't tell you how many countless meetings and hours where I've been with these guys, along with the mayor, to talk about where, I'll just say, various government entities would like to see Santa Ana take a different direction. And we have been leading the way, whether it's housing, whether it's innovative ways, environmental justice. So I want to just say thank you, Min, Ali, Margarita, for all that you do. And I'd like to present this proclamation on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council in declaration of National Community Planning Month. Here you go.
Thank you, Councilmember Becerra, and thank you to the mayor and our city council. On behalf of the planning staff and the planning department, I want to accept this honor that you have bestowed upon us. Serendipitously, this past weekend, we attended an APA conference, Cal chapter in Riverside.
What's the APA?
American Planning Association, I'm sorry. American Planning Association.
We thrive in acronyms, I know.
Exactly. Where we represented the city and accepted an award for excellence in our general plan update that was done in 2022. Our staff, Margarita and Ali, also helped lead a couple workshop and panel experts discussing our general plan progress on EJs, as well as the many trailblazing policy that we have created in the general plan in front of 1,500 professional planners. So good job, guys. So in closing, I would like to again thank Councilmember Sarah and our mayor and the city council for not only giving us this honor, but the privilege to serve and to represent the city of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Sure, no? All right.
All right, we're almost done with this portion of the agenda. So tonight we're going to be recognizing Abel and Cresa Urban Farms as a whole for their outstanding contributions to our local community. And in 2016, Cresa emerged from a powerful community vision, a vision that seeks to enhance the quality of life for Santa Ana's working families by nurturing and healing our connections to land, to food, and to each other. They recognize that the term food desert fails to capture the systemic issues we face. In Santa Ana, as in many other BIPOC communities, we experience food apartheids, a reality where access to nutritious food is shaped by racial and socioeconomic lines. Poor food options are concentrated in neighborhoods where people of color reside, and opportunities for meaningful participation in community development have been limited. At Cresa, they believe it is their responsibility to overturn these historical injustices. By bridging the gap between food injustice and food sovereignty, Cresa empowers local producers, ensuring that the bounty of locally grown, organic food reaches those who need it. Their goal is not just to provide food, but to create a robust infrastructure that promotes long-term community wealth, economic, social, and environmental. Let me share a little bit about two inspiring individuals at the heart of our movement. Abel Ruiz, the project director and the co-founder, grew up in Tlachichitla, Zacatecas, where his family cultivated the land as a means of subsistence. In 1996, they migrated to Santa Ana, and it wasn't until 2013 that Abel reconnected with the urban agriculture movement. Since then, he has tirelessly contributed to various projects, coordinating youth composting programs, supporting new farmers, and developing community governance processes. Abel envisions neighborhoods organized around food and land, and he is proud to lead the community self-governance movement, fighting against the injustices of the past while building a brighter future. We also have Steven Anticona, who brings his passion for biology and environmental studies from his roots in Peru. Through an agroecology fellowship, Steve discovered La Granjita and fell in love with the community mission. His focus on education, beekeeping, and community engagement highlights the importance of fostering a love for sustainable practices and stewardship among our neighbors. At Cresa, they support and advocate for new and emerging Indigenous and people of color urban farmers and food stewards. Together, they are working towards a just transition, a community-owned food system where everyone has access to the nourishment that they deserve. As we move forward, let us remember that building a just food system is not about growing food. It's about growing relationships. It's about healing our communities and ensuring that everyone has a seat at the table. Together, we will cultivate a future where food and justice and community empowerment thrive hand in hand. And I also just want to say that the first time that I went to Crece, I immediately fell in love, because it is so much more than just about food. It is about community here in the city of Santa Ana. And I really encourage all of you, especially if you live in Santa Ana Ward 3, to get involved, figure out how you can support Crece, who has done so much for our community and has helped even establish folks start their micro businesses out of their community farm. It's a really beautiful thing that they've been able to do, and we're so proud to support them in this process. And we look forward to seeing more micro farms in the city of Santa Ana. And so today we recognize all of their work, and on behalf of the city, we want to recognize Crece for everything that they do to make our city a better place for everyone.
Hi, good evening, everyone. We just want to start off by thanking Councilmember Jesse Lopez and the rest of the City Council for this recognition. For the past 8 years, Crece has uplifted the call to address food insecurity in our community by amplifying the passions and skills already present in our community for growing food locally. We have transformed an underutilized community garden in the Park Santiago neighborhood into a thriving urban farm. This place has produced thousands of pounds of food every year that has gone to feed local families uninterrupted for the past 4 years since the pandemic began. It has also diverted over 100,000 pounds of organic waste and turned it into nutrient-rich compost. La Granjita, as it's locally known, has been a place for healing, for connection, and sharing for residents of all ages. It has helped bring people together, bring them together with other people, the land, and food. It has been a jumping board for resident-owned cooperatives such as Salsa Food Hub. In this county, with its deep agricultural history, Salsa could arguably be the first farming enterprise where the folks who are working the land are also the owners of the operations. We appreciate the recognition and would like to extend our deepest gratitude and recognition to our partners at Salsa Food Hub, and for the community of volunteers and local members whose collaboration has been invaluable in our growth.
Thank you, Jesse. Just gonna finish with this. This recognition is also coming at a very perilous moment for Crece, as we are all being displaced from La Granjita due to the sale of the church where our project is located. It means the world to us to feel seen during these hard times. We hope to count with your support, or the city government support, as we embark in this process of finding a new home for our project and our programming. This call is not new. In 2015, the City Council passed the Wellness District Resolution, which in principle, the council recognized the importance of increasing resident land projects such as ours and many others that are in the making. I will conclude with this. When climate catastrophes continue to intensify, when the world's topsoil continues to be depleted, only 50 years is left of it. When communities such as Santana's continue to face this investment and poor access to healthy food choices, it's the resilience and creativity in our community to create long-lasting solutions that can become the most durable gift for our future generations. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentations at this time. Is there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you. For item number 13, the Enterprise Land Management System, a revised staff report was distributed and posted online. Additionally, staff requests the removal of item number 21, the Santa Ana Wellness Plaza project.
Great, thank you. Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we had 3 closed session items that we discussed earlier this evening, but there's no reportable action.
Thank you. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to resolution number 2023-047, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Before calling the speakers, I'll report the following summary of emails received as of 2:30 p.m. today. City Council received 104 total comments, was 1 on item 19, 10 on item number 22, 76 on item number 26, and 17 on non-agenda topics. We'll now hear from the members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber, followed by those on the conference call or Zoom, to provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. First 3 speakers, Paul Guzman, Sylvia Pizarroso, and Ty Pham. Please approach the podium.
I'm sorry, before you start, sir, just to clarify, it's 2 minutes for each speaker, please. Thank you.
Per Mayor's directive, 2 minutes per speaker.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council persons. My name is Paul Guzman, and I'm one of your community grand marshals in the Fiestas Patrias Parade. I come before the City Council to thank you, thank the planning, the Parks and Recreation Department, particularly the Fiestas Patrias Committee, for their outstanding contribution to the city and the parade and the fiesta. I ask you to look at page 6 on the culture book, and you see a picture of myself pointing to a photo of 1976, where the Laborers Union 652 participated in a parade, and I was on the float with members and children of our staff. And then on page 7, I would direct you to a photo at the bottom of the page. In the 1900s, my family participated in the Fiestas Patrias in the city of Anaheim. This is a family that had just come from Mexico, and my father, my previous brothers and sisters, that not only were they celebrating their country, but on the photo, it showed them with the American flag. I can grant you, my father was a civil servant in Mexico. He was very proud of his contributions wherever he went. He worked in the mines in New Mexico. His family went to Texas, Arizona, into California. Just checking on my
Paul, your
family's
time is up.
tree. There are over 5,000 in California. Thank you.
Sylvia Pizarroso and Ty Pham.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Santa Ana City Council. My name is Sylvia Pizarroso. I'm the immediate past chairwoman of the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the CEO, Ruben Franco, and our entire organization to reaffirm and support the Related Bristol project. It is not often that a project of this scale and importance comes along. We have been supporters of the $3 billion project the largest private investment in the city of Santa Ana's history since it was proposed 2 years ago. Related Bristol's impact will be unprecedented. It will create close to 17,000 much-needed jobs. It will generate $500 million in new tax revenue in the first 30 years alone, and provide $544 million in community benefits that can be spent on multiple projects across the city. As an organization representing and serving 30,000 Hispanic business owners and companies in the region, the growth and prosperity of Santa Ana is crucial to Orange County's future. Related Bristol will attract new investment and opportunity to the heart of Orange County for decades to come. Santa Ana needs Related Bristol. We urge you to join the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to support Related Bristol. We urge you to vote yes tonight. Thank you for your support.
Madam Mayor, if I can ask
Yes,
a
go
question of the city clerk or the city attorney, can one of you make an announcement regarding the public comments and the topics that could be covered under public comments tonight?
Anything related to the related project has to be heard when we're at that item.
But the public hearing is closed on that item, so there would be no more comments on related.
Right, unless one of you make a motion to allow it. So, if you're here to speak on item number 26, you need to hold that, please, until we get to that item. Is that correct, Madam City Attorney? And if we allow public comments at that time, because at the last meeting, we heard all the public comments, then we'll discuss that for our city attorney. And a council member needs to make a motion to allow public comments for related, is what I was told by city attorney.
City Attorney.
Madam City, where's?
Right behind you.
Madam City Attorney, there's comments related to the, referencing the related project. And so I believe a council member needs to make a motion. We need a motion to
No.
hear the comments, or no?
No. Because the city council decided to take on general public comment before you took the related project, there are two requirements for the Brown Act. First one is if you have a notice public hearing, anyone who submits a card must be permitted to speak when you open the meeting, a public hearing, which is what you did at your last meeting. Every agenda must also have an opportunity for public comment. If you take public comment, you must allow anyone to speak on any item which impacts the city. However, the testimony that anyone provides during public comment will not be included in the official public hearing record for the related project.
Thank you. And after the public comments, we'll be going to that item first.
Yes, and if you so wanted to open up the public hearing and allow those comments to be in the public record, you could ask those speakers to wait, and then you could open the public hearing if you wanted to.
So everybody's clear on that. If you'd like your comments to be included, if we allow public comments when we're addressing item 26, please hold your public comments. And that is only if a council member
Yeah, but I think
makes a motion.
you might want to make a decision on that so that someone knows whether to speak during public comment.
So is there a
during the
motion,
public-
or should we just hear all the public comments now?
Actually, Madam Mayor, I'd like to recommend that maybe we hold off the public comment period until after the related item. That way, nobody has to be confused on who speaks when on what item.
Is there a second?
No, second your motion.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Madam City Clerk, can you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez, Councilmember Peñalosa,
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pham,
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, Mayor, just I want to make sure everybody's expectations are met and we're communicating clearly to the public. If you take the related item and you decide not to reopen the public hearing, then anybody who came here tonight to speak about related can still do so, but they would be doing that when you take public comment, not when you hear the related item.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's proceed when you're ready, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, we're gonna just take item 26 at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's move over, you guys, all to public hearing. I'm gonna close up this one right here now, and we're gonna move to item 26.
Mayor, before you start, may I announce my recusal?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Because a client of my employer, Rattan and Tucker, is the property owner relating to this project. Therefore, I must recuse myself under the Political Reform Act. I will leave the room while this item is being discussed and return when it is completed. Thank you.
We're now in the public hearing section. Item number 26 is the continued public hearing, related Bristol-specific plan. Public comments were heard at the September 17th meeting. At this time, Mr. City Manager, we have an update, then we'll open it up.
Executive Director, Mentai Planning and Building has an added presentation. And again, this is just a follow-up to some of the direction and questions asked from the City Council regarding some items.
And just to be clear, Min, you emailed that to us last week. I believe it was the day after our council meeting, correct?
We email information as well as updating the official staff report.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Nunez. We do have a very brief presentation to the City Council tonight to bring you up to date as to some of the updates as well as responses to this question. If we can have the PowerPoint up, please. Just a quick overview. The related companies is requesting approval of a specific plan to develop a 41-acre site generally located at 3600 South Bristol Street into a mixed-use urban village. The project is located within the South Bristol General Plan Focus Area. The request again tonight is for an application to include a zone change, a development agreement, and a tentative track map. Apologize, I'll pause for a moment for the technology to catch up.
We should have been well prepared for this. How much longer is this going to?
Let me just continue without
Why don't
the
we do
presentation.
that? Thank you.
So on September 17th, the City Council held a public hearing on the matter. Following the public comment and closing comments by the applicant, the public hearing regarding this matter, as you mentioned, was closed. The City Council posed 9 questions for follow-up by the applicant as well as staff and continued the discussion on the matter to tonight's meeting. Staff prepared an updated report that included the responses to the 9 questions and also recommended that additional restriction be added to the implementation section of the specific plan addressing the concern raised in one of the questions regarding trucking and construction hauling activities. After publication of the agenda, staff received additional comments from the City of Costa Mesa and from South Coast Plaza, seeking a clarification for mutual design coordination with the City of Costa Mesa regarding the project's proposed street signal improvements along Sunflower. While this information is already stated in the project's traffic study, staff is recommending the clarification also be incorporated part of the consideration of the vesting tentative track map. Tonight's recommended actions are for the City Council to, one, adopt resolution certifying the final supplemental EIR and adopting the associated environmental findings of fact, a statement of overriding considerations, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the project. Adopt an ordinance approving the related Bristol Swiss plan with the addition of the recommended construction and truck hauling restrictions. Adopt an ordinance approving the development agreement. Adopt a resolution approving the tentative track map with the recommended modification to condition number 13G with the text as shown on this slide. And adopt a resolution overruling the Orange County Airport Land Use Commission determination that the related Bristol Swiss Plan project is inconsistent with the airport environment land use plan, including the supportive findings. And lastly, adopt a resolution concurrently and as a separate implementation action of the general plan, a resolution and the associated CEQA determination amending Resolution 9188, Resolution 9376, and Resolution 2062, modifying the procedure for participating in the South Coast, Sandpoint, and the South Metro Permit Parking Districts. Just want to make a note that all the public comments that we receive before tonight's meeting have been responded to and have been posted on the city's website. With that, I close my presentation. Our city team, as well as the applicant's team, are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I have no comments or questions. Do any of the council members have any questions or comments? Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to begin by thanking everybody that's participated in this process. We've been at this for quite some time here. I want to thank all the residents, especially those in Ward 4 who are near the project site. I want to thank all of our union brothers and sisters who are here this evening in support of the project. 41 acres of the most attractive, developable site in all of Orange County is what we're talking about tonight. This project will be a walkable community filled with residences, shops, restaurants, cafes, outdoor spaces, and experiences just across the street from an international shopping destination, that being South Coast Plaza. The project, I'm very sure, will be a destination of its own. Along with the 3,700 residential units, a 250-room hotel, 200 units of senior continuum of care living, and 350,000 square feet of commercial space, along with 13.1 acres of publicly accessible open space, including a 2.5 acre publicly accessible usable open space located on the northern portion of the site. The present shopping center includes about 465,000 square feet, so we are going to see the majority of that retained. $22 million community benefit and $18 million that will go to our housing in lieu fund. $500 million over 30 years in net in our general fund versus what the present site generates over $135 million over 30 years. That's 3.7 times more. And with the state mandates for housing construction, this project will make sure that Santa Ana continues to meet our mandates from the state, from the RENA allocations that they thrust upon us constantly. I do have one question for the developer tonight, and I would not be able to return to my ward if I didn't ask this question. So if I can have either Bill or Steven come up real quick for a question. Flip a coin. Hopefully.
I'm coming up because I'm in the over 60 club.
I thought I saw you behind the dragon earlier, Bill. It's a very simple question. So my residents want to know, will there be a Vons, an Albertsons, or a very comparable grocery store on site in this project?
The broad question is yes. I mean, we've recognized from the outset that the supermarket may be the major, certainly not the only amenity, if you will, that the community, not just your community, but the broader community wants. And we will work very closely with a potential supermarket. And we are building a new Vons with apartments above it in Santa Monica as we speak. So we have a good relationship there. But we know how important that is, and we will continue to work with the community to get their input on timing and the kind, et cetera.
So I'm going to take all of what you just said as a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Bill. Well, no, and you got to appreciate Bill. Bill's thorough, so I really appreciate that because that's the kind of attention we're going to need for a project of this magnitude. So I would like to indulge my colleagues, and I know I'm going to go over my time, so if you would indulge me, I would like to discuss real quickly 8 revisions and conditions that I'd like to see incorporated into this project.
So before you do that, let me ask if there's anybody who just wants a quick comment, or I don't see any mics up, so go ahead, Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As this project is located in Ward 4, in fact, at the very edge of Ward 4, I felt that it was important for me to go through this and add a couple of things that I think will enhance the project. So first and foremost, in the supplemental EIR, oh, I'm sorry, not the EIR, excuse me, in the specific plan document is where I'll be focused. Anywhere that discusses the bike trail or the type of bike trail along Bristol, MacArthur, or Sunflower sides of the project, I would like the document to state that it'll be a Class 4 bike trail, not a Class 2. That will be implemented along the Bristol, MacArthur, and Sunflower sides of the project. Next on page 4-3 and 4-4, in section 4.1.6.a, the second paragraph states, to enhance on-site security, private security officers will routinely patrol the specific plan area. I would like that revised to say, private security officers will be present on site 24 hours per day and routinely patrol the specific plan area. Then on page 4-18 in section 4J, it discusses bicycle parking. What I'd like subsection J to state is that bicycle parking shall be provided based on use type and shall be located on the primary frontage of each building or in common open spaces. Bicycle parking and bike lockers may also be located within parking structures, and that within the residential uses, a minimum of 10 bicycle spaces per multifamily building. I know that you guys will provide much more given the amount of infrastructure, but I think it's important that we set that bar at 10, not 4. On page 4-6, table 4.1 states that alcohol sales for on-site or off-site consumption associated with restaurants only need a land use certificate instead of a CUP. I would like that to continue to be a CUP because I think it's important for the residents and adjacent businesses to have the same ability afforded to them to be able to know what's coming in and what conditions are applied. On page 5-19 in section 5.7.2.a, I would like it to state a trellis, green screen, mural, dynamic building texture, or other buffering element shall be used where blank walls occur on the parking structure. Right now it says encouraged, but I want that to be shall be used. On page 5-12, section 5.6.2, we're talking about timelessness architecture precedents for commercial and retail uses. I would like that language to read, as the cultural heart of related Bristol, the architecture of commercial space in a district should be iconic and reflect the wide variety of activities which it hosts. We are talking about such a transformational project. Want it to be clear to everybody in this room and to anybody else that reads that document that we expect iconic architecture in there. On page 6-16, section 6.2.10.1.b, I'm not making this up, that's really the section. Screening. I just want to say that this particular section, this is not a condition, I want to commend our staff. So what it says is screening shall be provided at all chain link fencing and shall include graphics and visuals that promote the project and the city of Santa Ana. We should be seeing that on a lot of our fences. I know when Councilmember Penaloza talks about the fencing along Bristol, that's what we should be looking at. And I'd like to see that in other projects going forward. So thank you for incorporating that, staff. And then also I would like to add the trucking and haul route language that staff has proposed in chapter 6 of the specific plan. I won't bother everybody by reading that language, but staff has presented that and I know it's available for public view. And last and certainly not least, so as I mentioned already, we're talking about $22 million in community benefits. 18 million, separate from the 22 million that's gonna go into the OHOCA, which was formerly known as the WHO, for the in lieu fee payment. Plus a 17 million per year in net general fund benefit versus what we see today with the 4.5 million per year that the site generates. So again, 3.7 times more. So it's an additional 12.5 million per year that will be coming into our general fund. So every year our city will receive that approximately 12.5 million.
So when the main place specific plan was adopted and built, no one-time money was earmarked for projects anywhere outside the immediate vicinity of the main place. And that's fine, especially for the south side that's 5 miles away. But in early discussions with Related, my colleagues that served on the ad hoc, we had talked with Related about an on-site community center. Now, the south side of town is blessed to have plenty of park space, but what we don't have are actual community centers. When I look at the offerings of the library and Parks and Rec, they talk about all these wonderful things that are going into the Jerome Center, that are going into El Salvador, but they're not coming to the south side because we don't have a center to put them in. And in early discussions with Related, we all agreed that maybe this center should be built off-site. So in looking at that money that's coming in, I'm hoping that not only will that money go towards a center, and I'm not saying that nothing can go anywhere else, but I'm saying is because Ward 4 will be the most impacted by this project, I'm hopeful that we can have a committee, an oversight committee appointed comprised of the different neighborhoods of Ward 4 who can oversee this funding and provide the council recommendations before we spend any of it in our budget cycles. And I'm hoping that either Director Tai or our city attorney can best place that language into the approvals tonight, should it go through. And other than that, I just also want to say thank you to Related for the folks that are here tonight. I see the carpenters here tonight, and I see our laborers here tonight. And as I said at the last meeting, if we're going to endure more traffic in Ward 4 for this project, yes, the finished product will be amazing, but I want to make sure that those cars on the road are filled with folks that are our labor brothers and sisters that will be building this project, that are local hire, that are skilled and trained. So with that, I'm very excited that something has been worked out to where you guys will be participating on the project. So I guess I'm gonna say my motion is to approve with the litany of conditions that I presented to my colleagues.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez, is your mic up to speak?
Yes, just a quick question for planning staff. I don't have issues with the majority of your new recommendations, but the last one, is that already in alignment with what is in the staff report or what the Planning Commission suggested?
The Planning Commission recommended that the City Council consider creating an oversight committee. So to answer, yes, it is in alignment with what the Commission recommended for City Council to consider. What staff would recommend is that such a committee, if were to be created by the City Council as part of this action, is to also include staffs as part of the committee so that we can assist and facilitate with some of the priority discussion as well.
I would be okay with having staff participate in that committee as well.
And what would be the makeup of the committee?
The makeup of the committee can be as the council wishes. What I heard from Councilmember Becerra is that it make up of citizens of Ward 4.
Correct, since
He
they are
said
the most
neighborhoods,
impacted.
the different neighborhoods.
To represent the different
Yes.
neighborhoods, correct.
But just to clarify, right, for your community center, right, as you indicated, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm misunderstanding. The direction is for the neighborhood alignment, right, as far as community involvement regarding the establish a community center, correct? Very specific language.
Yeah, so the committee would talk about how to spend the $22 million, especially as it relates to the location and construction of a community center in or near the project site.
Thank you.
So just quickly, I'm supportive of the majority of your recommendations, not the last one. I think the money coming back into the general fund is what I'm going to be supportive tonight, and having everybody give recommendations through our general budget process as we normally done, I'm also fine with.
All right. Are there any other comments on the project? Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Becerra, as well as Councilmember Lopez. I'm going to agree with the majority, except for the last one, but I do want some funds set aside for that area, for some projects that they have coming forward to them to improve the neighborhood, as they have asked in the past. So we could talk about it afterwards, but I'm hoping we could set some funds aside for the neighborhoods as well, and most go to the general funds.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Councilmember Becerra. I want to thank members of the public who have been following this project from the first council meeting. I want to thank my colleagues up here for the dialogue as well, and Bristol Related for doing their due diligence in meeting with the community, working with our city staff, and having two signatories that are very closely part of Santa Ana's history, and that is the Laborers and the Carpenters Union. What's exciting about this project is the thousands of jobs that are going to be created in our city and the thousands of Santa Ana residents that are going to be working these jobs. These are residents who live in your community, who are going to be working in their own backyard. And because of that, we're also reducing carbon emissions. Less people will be on our roads. People will be able to have dinner with their family. This is a win for the community. I'm very thankful for Bristol Related and investing in our city of Santa Ana. I'm supportive of all of your recommendations, Councilmember Becerra, with the exception of the last one. I would like to see some monies earmarked for the South Coast area. They certainly do need some library and community service center amenities, but I also would like to see those 22 million split amongst all of the different neighborhoods in our city. But I do support seeing an emphasis in your area, specifically closest to Bristol Related. And at this moment, I am very proud to support this project. I look forward to voting yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. And if I might offer up, I'm sorry, Councilmember Pelosi.
Becerra, yes, thank you. The only question I had, and this was more for, and maybe the city attorney can chime in, I don't know the bylaws for the Measure X committee off the top of my head, but I'm starting to think that creating another bureaucratic layer or government or body to oversee tax dollars that we are already all elected up here to do. So I kind of agree with Councilmember Lopez's comment about us being those decision makers, but is this something that we could kind of assign like a special project to the Measure X committee, who's already discussing and overseeing and reviewing or keeping track of where Measure X dollars are spent versus creating another body? And maybe if that means adding an additional seat that represents the Ward 4 neighborhoods to that body?
So as a matter of policy, however you want to form this oversight committee, assuming you want one, I think I'm hearing their support for one. It's really the composition of it is what you might have some differences of opinion, is up to you. But I do think we should get a clarification from our staff to specifically answer Councilmember Lopez's question about what was the Planning Commission's recommendation.
So I want to clarify in my response to you and the council is that the Planning Commission's recommendation was for the City Council to consider the formation of a oversight committee consisting of members to be appointed by each council member. So that way there's representation throughout the City Council. I did include the comment that the recommendation by Councilmember Becerra was to look at Ward 4. So I just wanted to clarify that the Commission's recommendation was for each council to appoint.
Thank you for the clarity.
So if I might offer up to my colleagues, and I appreciate your guys' feedback on my recommendation. And I agree with Councilmember Pelosi, perhaps maybe creating another body may not be a prudent way to expend these funds. We're going to get 22 million into the general fund. What I would ask is that then maybe staff, as we do with Measure X every year, we always pull it aside. It's still in the general fund, but we show it as a separate item as part of the general fund. If we could do that with the 22 million, with the prioritizing of a community center in Ward 4, given the impact that this project is going to have on Ward 4 for the benefit of the entire city, I'm hopeful that at the very least the residents of Ward 4, because every other part of the city has the ability to enjoy a community center. So I'm hoping that Ward 4, through such a transformative project, will have its opportunity to finally secure a community center. I know it won't be overnight, and I know it won't be in 1 year, but I'm hoping that with that 22 million as it comes in, it'll be prioritized in addition to whatever else the council decides to spend the rest of the money on. That's my amendment to the motion.
So the question again, for, if I may, can this just be a general desire to look into creating an additional or having some kind of oversight for those $22 million? Because we just at the last meeting that's what we spent for bike lanes on Standard. I mean, it's not gonna go very far when you look in the grand scheme of things. So, Madam City Attorney?
If the council so desires to create an oversight committee, we would need to hear you say that you want one. You could either complete the details this evening, or you could say we're going to create an oversight committee and we will decide at a later date what it looks like, how it's going to function. And I only say that because a lot goes into that, just as we did with Measure X. You might remember there was conversation about how that was going to be formed and what it looked like. In fact, Measure X was approved by the voters. But so you can do it however you want to do it. If you want an oversight committee, we could put in the documents tonight, language, I'll work with staff. We'll put it in the documents that there shall be an oversight committee to be determined, its compensation and its operations pursuant to a resolution adopted at a later date by the City Council. Or you could hash out all those details this evening. It is up to you.
So I'm proposing to just scrap the whole idea of an oversight committee, just asking that of the 22 million, that prioritizing. I'm not asking for a set amount. I'm just saying that as we look at spending that 22 million, that a community center in Ward 4 for the residents that are going to be most impacted by this project, that of the 22 million, a community center is prioritized for them. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. City Manager, did you want to say something?
I think that's a lot better, Councilmember Becerra. As Councilmember Peñalosa said, $22 million, it's not an extravagant amount. We understand there's some historic ideas why that happens. The reality is we are trying to be very mindful in the way we direct certain expenditures. You'll see that at the next council meeting, we'll provide an update specifically to address these type of concerns, right? What does that mean when we indicate in an open discussion that we want to do something and how we lay down that commitment without being very specific? I think the way Councilmember Becerra itemized it and indicated, and we do understand that's a priority, a community center in that ward is required, that we can have that discussion through the general fund appointment, including this $22 million. Makes it 100 times easier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to share if there's a simple process for us to be able to see these monies earmarked and an equitable process that maybe staff can bring back, I'm supportive of that. If there is no need for us to create an oversight committee, I don't see a consensus here, but just wanted to share that it is important to me, although this isn't in my district. I agree with Councilmember Becerra, there should be some amenities for his district as well. They too should have library services. I know we're bringing it to Delhi, but that side of Santa Ana too should have a community center. And so I just want to share that it's important to Ward 5 as well. I would like those 22 million to be split evenly amongst all of our districts. I would like to see an emphasis on affordable housing, library services, and education, but this is an area of importance to me as well. Just want to share that. Thank you.
I don't see anybody else, Madam Clerk. No council member needs to disclose any communications, ex parte communications. At this moment, there was a motion and a second.
If I can?
Yes.
Really quick, just comment. I would like to disclose that over the last couple of weeks, I have had communications with various labor organizations related to this project, as well as the applicant has reached out and has also had more information sharing. So just wanted to disclose that for the record. With that said, I want to comment on the project itself. I know that I want to thank everyone involved, everyone from the property owner to the applicant to the developer to the residents, the neighborhoods, the various entities that have come to speak in support and against this project. If somebody would have told me that I was going to make every single person happy as an elected person, I would have probably laughed in their face, because that is not the reality. You know, part of our jobs up here are sometimes difficult in the decisions that we have to make, and we have to look at the bigger picture. And my job here is for the sustainability of this city and the sustainability and seeing its growth. So I want to thank everyone involved. There's going to be a lot of economic drive for this city once this is all said and done. once it's completed, it's gonna, not only throughout the construction process, but once it's completed, it's gonna bring hundreds and hundreds of jobs to the area, and that's all I can ask for at the end of the day. So with that said, Mayor, those are my comments. Just wanted to voice my support.
I'm going to just finalize the comments really quick. I want to thank the ad hoc committee, myself and Councilmember Becerra and Councilmember Vasquez and the city staff. You know, we had long meetings. Some were easier than others. But thank you. And thank you to everybody who has come out, as Councilman Penaloza had indicated, whether you support it or you don't support it. Santa Ana is going to look different, feel different. Hopefully, we're going to be generating some revenue, some good things coming our way. So with that, let's take a vote. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, if I may just take 1 second for process and procedure. I know that the City Council can impose condition on the project on its own accord, but if we may just take a moment to see if the applicant has any feedback on any one of those
No problem,
conditions.
sure. Does the applicant have any feedback? No or yes? Come on up. No feedback? Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You can come up again and say, I'm part of the over 60 crowd. I'm good with that. All right. He has no feedback for the record.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, let's prepare to vote.
And then, Mayor, as you vote on a project of this size, I know it's a little bit complicated.
We're gonna
but
do a roll call.
Staff needs to walk you through the separate approvals. These are really important documents.
got it.
And you got to do environmental first, so let
Go
staff
ahead.
do that.
Yes, so the first action is to adopt a
I'm sorry.
resolution.
I apologize. Councilmember Lopez?
Yes, thank you. I don't have any other questions or concerns about the recommendations. I just want to thank the applicants for bringing this project to our city and for working with our staff. It's been months of going back and forth. And so I want to thank staff for doing the bookload of that work and facilitating conversations. And I want to thank all of the residents for the past couple months, whether you've sent an email, whether you've called, whether you've attended a community meeting in person to provide your feedback. I thank you for making time to share what you want to see from this project. And finally, I just want to thank the workers that you see in this room today who are going to build this project. So thank you.
So, quick question. Why do we need separate vote? We could just take one vote, or is it legally required?
For this size of the project, we would like to be able to take each action separately. So I will read
How many
each
actions
action.
are we talking?
There are 6 items separately.
Well, I think
Councilman Becerra?
my motion was just to take them all at once, so that's going to be my motion.
And I second that.
So can we just do the vote already?
Yeah, so let's understand, I want the council up here to understand that this is for everything that we've been discussing. So let's prepare to vote. Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call, please?
Yes, but if you could please bear with me, I do have some things to read into the
got it.
record before we actually take that roll call vote. So this is a motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to approve 6 recommended actions for the continued public hearing item 26, including a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana, 1, certifying the final supplemental environmental impact report for the related Bristol specific plan project, SCH number 20200299087, 2, adopting environmental findings of fact and statement of overriding consideration for the project pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and 3, adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Second action, approving a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana, California, overruling the Orange County Airport Land Use Commission's determination that the proposed related Bristol specific plan is inconsistent with the Airport Environs Land Use Plan for John Wayne Airport, including supportive findings. Third action is the first reading and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana approving amendment application number 2023-03 to establish the related Bristol specific plan, SP number 5, and to approve a zone change for the 41-acre site generally located at 3600 Bristol Street from general commercial C2 and commercial residential CR to related Bristol specific plan, SP number 5, as amended per the items stated by Councilmember Becerra, including bike trail class, security presence, bicycle parking, CUP for alcohol sales, shall be language related to trellis and green space, iconic architectural style language, a revision to section 6, page 6.16, the trucking and hauling language as presented by staff, and showing the $22 million community benefit fund as a separate budgetary line item for consideration by the council. Item number 4, conducting a first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana approving development agreement number 2023-02 for a mixed-use development known as the Related Bristol Specific Plan Project at 3600 Bristol Street between the City of Santa Ana and Greenville Ranch LLC, BSG West Bristol LLC, and MCG Bristol West LLC. Action number 5, approving a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana approving vesting tentative tract map number 2023-01, county map number 19272, as conditioned for a mixed-use development known as the Related Bristol Specific Plan Project at the 41-acre site generally located at 3600 Bristol Street. And action number 6, approving a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana amending resolution number 91-088, resolution number 93-076, and resolution number 2000-062 regarding permit parking district petitions and determining that that particular resolution action is not a project subject to CEQA.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much for reading all that.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with a noted recusal by Mayor Pro Tem Fan. Motion carries.
All right. All right, we have business to do. Thank you. We're going to continue with city business. Thank you very much. We're going to end the public hearing at this time, and we are going to go to the consent calendar. Yes, we're going to do public comments.
Mayor, would you like to take your recess?
Yeah, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Recording stopped. Progress.
The meeting, please. Let's resume the meeting. We're at the consent calendar because I know that we have an appointment here of Adrian Ramirez.
Mayor, if we could hear the public comments.
Yes, but I just want to make sure is the nominee still here? Yes. Okay, perfect. All right, great. So let's go ahead with public comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So moving on to the public comments that we have remaining, we had a few on non-agenda topics, so we'll start with those. If you could please approach the podium to make your comments. Time limit is 2 minutes. Jackie Cordova, Dale Helvig, and Sue Palak.
I would have liked to request 3 minutes of my full time. Good evening. I am Jackie Cordova. I'm a mother of Santa Ana. I came here tonight to speak with my community. There is a few members left. 7 years ago today, October 1st, 2017, hundreds of Californians were killed or injured in the Route 91 Harvest Festival mass shooting event in Las Vegas, Nevada. More than 200 California cops were there at the Las Vegas shooting event, also more than 40 Orange County Sheriff personnel attending as off-duty deputy sheriffs and district attorney investigators. These officers later received workers' comp benefits after state law was changed as a favor for their role that they played in the out-of-state event. We continue to pray for all of those affected by this senseless tragedy, and we pray for answers as we unroot the corruption in this sick, demonic false flag charade orchestrated by State Senator Janet Nguyen, who used our Santa Ana police force and entire city council in their human sacrifice event, touted as the deadliest mass shooting in American history. Janet Nguyen should be locked up behind bars for that domestic terrorist attack that she continues to perform and profit from. For that attack on our community and police officers, Janet Nguyen is not welcome here. Regarding the County of Orange, it has officially been sanctioned while under federal investigation here. And as a result of multiple audits, exorcisms, and investigations, on April 11th, 2024, we, the people of the County of Orange, fired Frank Kim, CEO, Bob Page, Registrar of Voters, and the entire Board of Supervisors, including that racist District Attorney Todd Spitzer. As part of this investigation, beware anyone doing business with violators who are beholden to special interests and all turned themselves into the community at the Santa Ana Police Station, April 6th, 2024.
Dale Helvig, Sue Palak.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, City Staff. My comments are on item 11, the RSG awarding of an agreement with them. In 2021, when this rent control process started, they were awarded or given $300,000 to do the administrative work. Next year, they're given $500,000. 2023, they're given another $500,000. So we spent $1.3 million, and I'm hoping that you guys are auditing this because from the, it's supposed to be self-funded and everything. It's going to be covered by the landlord fees and everything else, but now they're asking for another $800,000 for another 2-year contract with a 2-year extension. So hopefully we're getting our money's worth out of this. I don't see it happening, though, with all the comments that we've heard from residents as far as just cause eviction and everything else. So please audit them, make sure they're spending the money right, because a 66% increase after the first year was pretty big. Now they've dropped it down, but it's still 33% higher than what the original contract was for. The other comment is on item 21, which was, I think, dealing with the upgrade for the area right outside City Hall here. One of the line items on it is for installing 2 ping pong tables at a cost of $38,000. Hopefully you guys take a look at that and say, what do we need ping pong tables out here for, and especially at that cost? I think it's ridiculous that we're spending that kind of money. So, and in closing, thank you for Related Bristol. I think it's going to be a great project.
Sue Palick. Francisco Alex Ramirez.
Good evening. I bring this personal issue. I hope you can help me. I cannot renew my car registration because I got a ticket, parking ticket for the city. I bring a copy for una copy for all of you. The ticket is for $362. I am already a senior and working for the minimum wage. That is too much for me. Even I went to the DMV, I already paid the fees, and the employee for DMV was very surprised of that ticket. And I asked you, why we can go to the court for a speed ticket or any other small crime, and the judge reduce or even dismiss it, but not for parking ticket? I asked you that. And why the subcontractor is untouchable? City must disclose how much is doing for parking tickets. They are too expensive. Somebody needs to take care of that. And they are unfair. I was working before in another company, and let me tell you this. I was under training to be a patrol officer, and the other guy was given tickets when one was too close for the red line. So the subcontractor for the city is doing the same because it's by commission. And I ask you, who can help me for this issue, because it's very important. Thank you. It's a copy for you.
In case any of the speakers are still here that wish to address item 26, Ty Pham, Lana Mulholland, Patricia Huerta, Richard Adams, Maria Garcia, Carl Benninger, Jack Mollenkopf, Donetta, Adrian Esparza, Dave Elliott, Libby Borgen, Sasha Law, Krista Sheehan, Jonathan Daly, Logan Crow, Ricardo Garcia, Irma Jaregui, Doug Mangione,
Madam Mayor, Council, that was weird. I was ready to speak on 26 when there were actually people in the room, but now that there's not, I am the proverbial floating object in the punch bowl, and yeah, IBW is still opposing this. And I know I got to give credit to the contractor. He organized a very good game, and my hat's off to him. He had the Democratic Party. He had the directors of the Democratic Party's union brought in. He got the two big unions on board. But there's still, I want everybody to know there is collateral damage in this. My members aren't going to work there. The sheet metal workers aren't going to work there. Iron workers, operating engineers. There are some people that aren't going to work there. So we are not all that happy about this. So, but I was thoroughly confused there. So I apologize. But yeah, I want to go on record. IBW is opposing this. Thank you.
Good evening. Ricardo Garcia here. I too didn't get a chance to speak, so I got to read something. Pursuant to Senate Bill 1181, Glacier, Mayor Amezcua is required to recluse herself on item 26, or was required to recluse herself on item 26 due to receiving a $1,000 contribution from the Labor's Local 652 on September 21st, 2024. Councilman Jonathan Hernandez was required to recuse himself as well on item 26, having received a contribution of $950 from the Carpenters Union on June 13, 2024. And lastly, Councilwoman Jessie Lopez should have also recused herself on item 26, having received a contribution of $950 from the Carpenters Union on June 17, 2024. This bill prohibits local elected officials from voting on matters from interest groups that have contributed $250 more to an elected official. Thank you.
Vicky Juarez, James Brine, George Boutros, Paulo Lima, Victor Mendez,
Is it 2 minutes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, or 3? Is it 2 minutes or 3?
It's 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. 1 second. Okay, so evidently people over 60 or 65 have a lot of wisdom, so I bought my box of wisdom today. So we're having a lot of problems for East First Street. This was on Saturday at 5:42. I called the police. Picture doesn't do it justice. A lot of traffic was happening. There's our Candyman right here, a lot of traffic around him. I did call the police at 5:45, hoping somebody would come. 6:02, Candyman and his crowd disperse. This is what we need to have, no drugs. When there's no drugs, there's no people buying them. Do we want drugs? Or do we want no drugs? It's very evident what's going on here. No drugs, looks nice, no people, no problems. 6:02, I think he took off, and then 6:03, like I said, he was gone. All happened in about 17 minutes. Anyway, so we got a problem. There's a lot of seniors that live there, and we talked about, we got to protect them, we got to preserve them. We need something done. That alleyway is a very hotbed of drugs. Hopefully I'm not boring you. Item 8. So you have about a chance for a $1 million opportunity in item 8. I hear 22 million is not a lot of money, but 1 million might be. If you go through the general fund expenditures, there's a lot of unencumbered money there, about $1 million at least. You can use it to fund the arts. You can do a lot of different things with it. If you want to pass it over and just put it into the general fund for next budget year, you can. But you have about $1 million just sitting there ready to do something with it. And I hear people always come over and bang the tin cup. So please go through that and maybe find something. There's also about $600,000 in mental health funding
Victor,
that has been spent. Thank you.
Jason Goralnik. Mayor and City Council, there are no speakers on Zoom, so that concludes the public speakers for tonight's meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go into the consent calendar. Before we go there, Madam City Attorney, There was a comment made that Councilman Hernandez, Councilmember Vasquez, and myself, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lopez, I apologize, we had accepted contributions to our campaign from, I believe you said the Carpenters? If you look under SB 1243 campaign contributions, the governor did sign. Can you clarify on that, please?
Yes, I believe that the reference was to the Levine Act, which says that if an elected official receives a campaign contribution of more than $250, they cannot participate in a decision, a governmental decision like an entitlement, such as the ones you approved tonight, if there are certain monetary thresholds that result from that. The unions would potentially be considered as participants under this law, but in order to be a participant, the impact on those entities would have to be $1 million. And each of you were advised to make sure that you spoke with those entities to confirm whether there would be a $1 million impact. My understanding is that there was advice that there was not going to be a $1 million impact.
That is correct. Thank you very much. I just wanted to correct the record. Okay, this time we're going to go to the consent calendar. Consent calendar items 5 through 25. Item 21 was pulled by the city manager just for clarification purposes. Council members, please announce the items you'll be abstaining from due to conflict and those you'd like to pull. If we can get an approval for item 6, then we can do the swearing in of the youth commissioner. I'll make a motion.
I'll second your motion, Madam Mayor.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Adrian?
Come on up,
Come on
Adrian
up.
Ramirez.
I, Adrian Ramirez, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I'll bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you.
You're good, you're good.
Congratulations, Adrian. All right, let's start. Any items you'd like to pull? Councilmember Vasquez.
I'd like to make a comment on item 13.
I'm sorry, comment on item 13. Councilwoman Lopez, please.
No items to pull.
Councilmember Penalosa.
No items, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, Madam Mayor, just a comment on item 10 and 14.
10 and 14, comment.
And I'll make a motion to move the consent calendar.
Hold on, I'm not done yet. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be pulling item 9, and if 11 is pulled, I'll be voting no. And then I'd like to pull item 13.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing, Mayor.
I'm going to pull item 11. There was a motion.
Second.
Let's prepare to vote.
Motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Penalosa to approve consent calendar items 5 through 25, with the exception of item 6 already approved.
Jennifer?
Yes.
It's Councilmember Becerra.
Becerra, my apologies. Consent calendar items 5 through 25, with the exception of item number 6, already approved. Items 9, 11, and 13 pulled for separate discussion and consideration, and item 21, which was withdrawn by staff. Vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Mayor, the first item pulled is item 9 by Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you. So this item is a purchase order for bottled water. And I don't know, when I see this item, it kind of intrigues me because proudly our city has award-winning best tasting water. So what I don't understand is why we're not bottling our own water, number one. Also too, just the fact that, you know, on this agenda, we also have an update of our climate action plan. So it just seems like we're in conflict if we're going to continue to provide resources towards something that's not sustainable. And I get it, there's conveniences to bottled water, but again, I revert back to why aren't we bottling our own? So on this item, I will be a no vote. I don't think we should be continuing to purchase bottled water. We have amazing tasting water, and it's not just me saying that, it's not just my colleagues saying that. It has been proven that we have one of the best tasting waters around. So with that, I will not be supporting this item. I do not want to continue to put more plastics in our landfills. I think we need to be a little more environmental minded when it comes to how we provide water in a more sustainable fashion. So I will not be supporting this item.
Are there any other comments by any of the council members? Yes.
Does staff want to provide some sort of summary for the public about this item?
So one of the reasons why we have this item is that we're required to provide drinking water to our employees when they're on the field. So this is more for folks that are actually out there, like in public works, parks, recreation, and even officers and code enforcement, for example. So this allows them to retrieve and take water from the yard. That's one. We can look and to see if we can form some level of to bottle our own water. My understanding is we've looked in the past and it's been very expensive. We can provide look into it. Maybe see if we can do a receive and file and a summary what the possible cost will be for bottling our own water.
So can you get back to us with that? I'm always bragging about our water.
No, I understand. I mean, again, it's not so much that we're not proud to have our own water. We can look into it, but what would it take, right? You know, county health inspections, state, you know, aspects. Do we have a refinery? I don't know what we look for. So we'll do the research and provide an update.
All right, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve item 9, but to also include that, so you could come back to us later with information on the feasibility of bottling our own water.
I'll second your motion.
I'm sorry. There was a question. Was that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
there was a second over here, and then I had a couple of comments. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So just for clarification, when you're talking about employees in the field, right? Because I carry bottled water pretty
Yes.
much everywhere I go
Yes.
since I sit on the water board, and it's really important to me. But are you saying, so if you're sending someone out, maybe they'll be out for several hours, they'll take a case of water or a few water bottles
Yes.
because it's not convenient to stop by somewhere to refill a water bottle?
Right.
Right. So I get it. I always tell our residents, don't buy bottled water. It's lower quality and it's like 1,000% markup. But I also understand the convenience, especially if we have events, if we're providing reusable containers and we're cleaning them ourselves, or a situation like that when folks are out for a few hours and it's not easy or convenient for them to stop and go find a water fountain or go visit a local business or try to,
purchase their own, exactly.
Right. And so I can see that convenience. I think maybe I do support getting a report back, just a receive and file, but I also think that as a city, we can always promote the use of individual water bottles as well as refillable water. I think that's always a positive practice to have. Thank you.
Yes, and we appreciate that. We do.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem, because I was going to say, I drink our water, and we hardly ever buy water bottles in our house anymore.
As do I, admitting City Hall. Again, this is just the functionality that allows to make sure we provide resources to our people in the field.
That's fine. And 90 days is enough time to just come back and get us that information.
If I could do it sooner, I'll provide it sooner.
Okay, perfect. There is a motion and a second. Let's prepare to vote, please. There's no other comments?
Thank you.
Motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez to approve item number 9, the citywide purchase order with DS Services of America, with the provision for staff to return with a feasibility on bottling our own Santa Ana water. Vote is 6 ayes, no, 1 nay, nay by Councilmember Becerra. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next item is item number 10 for a comment by Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This was just a very brief comment. We're one of the few cities across Orange County that provides translation services. I was happy to see that we were unanimous in approving this item today. Specifically very happy with the translation services provided here at City Hall through Cesar Vargas and Associates. They do a tremendous job updating the public in Spanish and just ensuring that translation services and interpretation services are provided at the highest of levels. So I just wanted to share with my colleagues, I'm very thankful that we continue to make that a priority, that all of our residents are able to engage in their community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next item is item number 11, which you pulled.
Right. There was an email sent by, I believe, Assistant City Manager Steven Mendoza. You have this listed as item number 10. I believe it's item 11, correct? I just want to make that correction.
Yes.
Yeah, I was reading it. Okay, so I just want an update, if we could, please. I see that there's a $400,000 contract services for 24, 25, 25, 26. And yes, I did read the information. I did read the staff report. And then Mr. Mendoza, I appreciate your email to clarify something. So the council member that asked, thank you. It appears the city collected $1.96 million in rental registry fees and $11,000 and change in investment earnings. Expenses for the rent stabilization program during the year were paid from the inclusionary housing fund of $1.26 million. So I saw the email you sent. Could you just go over a little bit about, I know the goal was to hire, I believe, 12 staff or 14 staff. We have consultants, we have attorneys. Mr. Garcia, thank you. Can you give us an update?
Yes, Mayor, City Council, we currently have 4 staff within our rent stabilization division. We are supplementing that with RSG staff. We have 2 on-site staff as well as 3 remote. We are in the process of looking at hiring an office assistant in this coming fiscal year. And we very much appreciate the work that RSG does in helping us with our property exemption reviews, our fair return petitions, capital improvement petitions, as well as training our rental housing board. We get quite a number of inquiries. In July, we had 582 inquiries, 409 in August, and 347 in September. And the work that RSG does is cost effective for the rent stabilization division. Over a 5-year period, we plan to pay back the inclusionary housing fund, starting with a $250,000 payment this fiscal year.
What is the inclusionary fund money used for on a regular basis?
It can be used for housing-related services and production of affordable housing. And so we felt this was a complementary service that could be utilized for the interim.
So you just said it could be used for affordable housing?
That's correct.
In what way?
It could be used for production of affordable housing units. It could be utilized for consulting contracts with, we have contracts with Kaiser Marston for doing financial feasibility studies. We are also funding appraisal valuations. We're in the middle of a request for proposals process, and we hire consultants that are coming in and doing appraisal work for some of the scattered sites that are being proposed for development. And so it could be used for a variety of uses.
So I remember when I was, first elected when this came about and we were having conversations, lots of meetings with you. Thank you to understand it and get a good grip of it. So it says here that the city anticipates receiving a revenue of 1.96 million during the fiscal year 24-25. Where do you anticipate that coming from?
We're going with the same amount of money, and this would be for the rental registry revenue collected for 2024-25. We hope it'll be higher than it was in 23-24, but we're going with a very conservative estimate that would be similar to what it was upon initiating the program in 23-24.
Has everyone paid?
No. Right now, we have been working with property owners that have 5 units and above, and we're also looking at going this year towards even 2, 3, and 4 unit apartment complexes. Kind of the smaller mom and pop landlords have not been, they do have an obligation to pay if they are renting properties within the city. They have an obligation under the ordinance to pay, but our focus has been on the larger multifamily property owners.
So tell me again, just so those watching at home and so that I'm very clear, the small mom and pops that you say you'll now be billing, the 2, 3, 4 units, 5 units, how much will they be paying?
They would be paying per unit $100 per year. Half of that can be put onto their tenants, and but that's not an obligation. It's only if they so choose to put that on their tenants on a monthly basis.
Okay, so what I heard you just say, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'm going to repeat what you said, and if I say it wrong, please correct me. $100 per unit.
Per year.
And half of it can be placed on the tenant.
That's correct.
So then they would pay 50, and the owner or property manager would pay the other 50.
That's correct. And that 50 on the tenant would be paid on a monthly basis. It can't be
The
placed
tenant
on them
would
at
pay
one time.
$50 monthly.
No, it'd be $4 and 80 something. I'm trying to remember.
So it's broken down.
It's broken down over a 12-month period.
Perfect. Okay. Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Mayor.
Mr. Garcia.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have this contract with RSG because they're going to provide us services now. If I remember from the beginning, and from what was proposed at the beginning is far different from where we are today, let's be clear, right? So 100% compliance on these rental fees or unit fees, and you were going to have 14 new bodies, but now we are contracting out. Is there a reason why you haven't hired staff instead?
The rental registry revenue is still not what we would want it to be. We would like 100% compliance from those who must be submitting and registering and submitting their payment, but we do not have that yet. So
I bet everybody would love for 100% compliance. So we made a decision. No, let me rephrase that. 4 people up here made a decision that did not include me as part of that decision to go ahead and embark on this journey. So we were hoping for 100% compliance, right? Hope is not a currency, but dollars are. We were hoping for it, but we didn't get either. So now we're at a point where instead of paying for staff to manage the boondoggle, now we are using in lieu fees. So we're basically baiting and switching here. Is that fair?
it was always part of our plan to utilize inclusionary housing fees and pay them back over a 5-year period.
So it was always envisioned not to rely on the unit fees. I want to hear that. Is that really what I just heard? Because if I go back and look at the staff reports, it talked about, don't worry, this will all be self-sustaining because we're just going to use the unit fees. Because remember, 100%, everybody was going to pay it, right? But now it's, no, we were actually always going to use the in lieu fees to then pay back because for some reason, somewhere it got lost that we weren't going to get, shockingly, weren't going to get 100% compliance in paying the unit fees. So, and then also, did I hear you say that you were only seeking payment from certain types of units? So for instance, only 5-plexes, 5 and above?
Well, all property owners that are subject to the ordinance must register and pay their fees. We have focused our efforts in trying to get compliance from those that are 5 units and above, and we're gonna keep working on how we can go after property owners that are 4 and 3 and 2 units in this coming fiscal year.
So we're targeting property owners. We are
Yes.
targeting property owners. That is not a good practice for a city government to only look at, even though a fee is on the books, we are only looking to collect it from certain folks. That is not a good look for this city. And I am definitely bothered by that. So we're only knocking on the doors of certain types of folks, even though the law says everybody should be paying it that is renting units.
So it's just a focused effort.
Yeah, I
and,
get it. I get what focus is, or targeting.
Mhm.
Focus, targeting, either way. That's what this is. I am very happy that I'm going to be voting no on this item. This thing has been flawed from the beginning, and it continues to be flawed as just every time we ask one question, it's like what I think is going to be awful becomes exponentially worse with this thing. Now, the concept, yes, limiting rent. We don't want to see people out on the streets, but this has been a giant boondoggle. But why would anybody be shocked when decisions were made at 3:30 in the morning on policy? Can't say we should be shocked here. So I'm very proud to be voting no on this item. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Otherwise, we move the item. Oh, I do. You have a comment? You had to raise your mic sign. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Director Garcia, so a couple clarification questions. Whenever we have any type of program in the city, any program, or maybe Mr. City Manager, do we have 100% compliance from any program in the city? Let's be honest here. That you're aware of.
We always try for 100%, so no.
We try.
Right.
Right? As a city with our limited resources, we work to get every single person in compliance, right?
Yes.
Okay. My other question is, when you set up a new department or funding, so let's say our police funding, we funded these vacancies, but we don't have them filled yet. Does that mean we don't try to fund it?
Correct. We try to fund it.
Yes, because our goal is to get them filled and to get those services taken care of. Is that correct?
Yes.
So when we're talking about the rent registry, we're setting up a new program. Over the last 2 years, do we have the same amount of staff, or have we been growing the department?
We have grown the department in the past year.
Thank you. And over the past year, has the rent stabilization department provided more services to landlords and tenants?
Yes.
Over the past year, has the rent stabilization department answered more questions as well as helped renters from, say, being evicted, helped landlords follow the law?
Yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about ensuring compliance, right, and Mr. City Manager, you worked in code enforcement and lots of other programs in the city. It's my understanding that, we have everyone, whether it's get a business license or a permit, etc. But obviously, some businesses, especially if they're big businesses with hundreds or thousands of units, or in some cases, lots of sales tax, if they're evading complying with the law, we notice. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or when there are landlords who know for a fact that they are increasing rent in violation of local ordinance and residents complain about it, then we go talk to the landlord. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about the $2 million that's been collected, I just want to clarify, we are paying back dollars that we are borrowing for the time being from the inclusionary zoning ordinance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we will be paying back every single penny of that, is that correct?
Yes.
And are there any funds in the inclusionary zoning ordinance that is being withheld from any affordable housing developers that we know of right now?
No.
So basically what staff is doing, which is something that staff has always done in the different departments, if there are available funds for a project that is necessary today, we do a transfer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to make it clear to the residents watching and anyone out there. This program is helping prevent families from being forced out of their homes, preventing families from going homeless, and making sure that our communities stay together. This is a growing program. There are going to be learning curves, and I'm so proud of the work that our Rent Stabilization Division has been doing. I visited them just this past week, and to see the commitment and the personal values that they put on the line every day to make sure not just the tenants, but the landlords comply is truly incredible. Because at the end of the day, our most basic needs is housing, and that's exactly what they're doing there. And I look forward to the additional programming that we are working on, getting federal grant dollars, expanding the services to both landlords and tenants, as well as helping them mediate, right? A lot of issues that come up, as well as hopefully prevent the unfair eviction of tenants so that everyone complies with the law. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I look forward to an update with all of those different programs that Maricela and the team are working on, because truly I think this is not just a unique, but such a needed program. And I'm so excited that other cities and counties and jurisdictions are following suit. Thank you. And I will be supporting this.
Thank you. I'll call on you, Councilman Hernandez, 1 second, because she brought up some really good point. You said we have how many staff? You have 3 remote?
We have RSG has 3 remote and 2 on site, and then the city staff are 4, and they're located at the work center at 801 Civic Center Drive.
So you have 3 remote, 2 on site,
That's correct.
and then you have the work center, how many?
4 city staff at the work center building, 801 Civic Center Drive.
And you have a consultant? That's RSG, correct?
That's correct.
And how much do we pay them?
We plan, if this contract is approved, to pay $400,000 in the first contract year and $400,000 in the second contract.
So $800,000 for 2 years.
That's correct.
And what's the percentage that we've collected? How many people, or how many apartment complex property owners, duplex owners?
2,600 parcels or properties have paid their rental registry fees.
And how many are we lacking?
I believe, we don't know the exact amount because single-family property owners and the smaller property owners that are harder to identify. So I can get that to you.
Roughly, what do you think, since your department?
I think it's another 15,000 that would be appropriate to collect.
Another 15,000 parcels?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. And I hear Mayor Pro Tem clearly. My concern is that we're spending a lot of money on consultants, and we're using funding. We're basically taking money out of one area of the city and using it for another area. And so when you say we're paying it back, what's the timeline to pay back?
In this fiscal year, it would be $250,000. And then in the following 4 years, we're ramping up to $500,000 in the next fiscal year, 25, 26, and staying on that trend.
So we're using a lot more than 800,000, because you're also paying city staff. And do we have attorneys?
We do have attorneys. We work with Silver and Wright, and they help with the petition reviews. And we also work with our own legal counsel, who is helping work through the issues with different challenges that have been presented to the city.
Okay, that's all I have for right now. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to thank the city staff. I know that the rent control ordinance is new to the city, and we're the only city in Orange County that has that. And when we have policy that is being created in the county where families have had to leave this county to the IE and counties where housing costs much less money, it is important that we uplift our staff and we celebrate the work that you do. I know that there is certainly a higher threshold that we'd like to see of landlords responding and working with the city, but I want to commend you and your staff for your due diligence. You guys are consummate professionals. You guys are at all of our city events providing resources and information. I've worked with you, Michael Garcia, in protecting over, a very large number of residents in an apartment complex that were facing an illegal rent increase. And there's many examples as to how rent control is protecting families. Where the money is going to focus on under this agreement is RSG will continue to assist the city in administering the ordinance by providing for the following services. These monies will help us with providing services to our residents in the areas of providing temporary staffing to respond to public inquiries, support staff with the rental registry and property exemptions, reviewing and processing fair return petitions, capital improvement petitions, and written evaluations. They will also support city staff with review and process of tenant petitions, provide support with petition hearings, assist the city clerk and the staff with formation of the rental housing board, including board member trainings, orientation, and materials. They will also provide new and temporary staff training, including training materials. They will refer tenant legal matters and interpretation questions to community legal aid organizations as needed. They will conduct research on best practices and surveys. And lastly, they will provide advisory services. All of these services tailored on protecting Santa Ana families. I know that this is a policy that we would love to see this ordinance be able to absorb these costs just as we've designed. But as we're shaping this ordinance and we're working through these kinks, I think it's important that we support our city staff through this process. So I will be voting yes.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, was there a motion?
I'll make a motion to move the item, Madam Mayor.
I'll second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Prepare to vote.
A motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Fan, to approve item 11 in agreement with RSG Inc. for contract staffing to support the rent stabilization just cause eviction program. The vote is 4 ayes, 3 nays. Nays by Mayor Amezcua and Council Members Becerra and Penaloza. Motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 13, pulled by Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you. Of course, the planner up here would pull this item, so what can I say? This is the agreement for land management system software. Is Director Ty still here? Okay. So I have a question. So in kind of the local world of planning, Zemus in LA, not to be confused with the drink, is seen as the Cadillac when it comes to land management systems. I looked at this, the group that I guess we're going with, is it ACELA? Okay. And looking at the examples that were cited in the report, I mean, no disrespect to any of these cities I'm about to name. I'm saying this more as a planner than I am as a council member. Huntington Beach, Anaheim, Whittier, the systems are very limited, especially, again, having seen a system like LA where you can pull every imaginable piece of information about a property with just a few clicks. Although ACELA did a great job with the city of Sacramento's land information lookup app, or LILA as they called it. So Sacramento's, I think, was probably the closest we got to Zemus in LA. But I'm just curious why we're not going and aspiring to a system like that. Why are we kind of settling a little bit lower than that? Could I? Don't be shy.
Jack Shula, our IT expert, can help us?
Hi, Council Member. When we put out the RFP back in 2021, Zemus, they never bid on it. So we ended up selecting a vendor at that point. Things didn't really work out with that vendor, so we went back to who had bid before and looked at what was already there that we had already somewhat evaluated. So I'm not familiar with the Zemus system, and I don't know if it's customized or why they didn't choose to bid on our project, but that's why they weren't looked at.
Well, I don't know that Zemus is an actual company per se. I think that's just the name of the system that the city of Los Angeles uses. And it's not often that we cite the city of LA for something we want to aspire to, but in this particular instance, we do. But I would just ask then if we are going with ACELA, which I don't have a problem with because the other systems seem okay, but the Sacramento one seemed like the one that really truly made it publicly accessible to gather more information. When it came to Huntington's or Anaheim's, it was just identifying the parcel and the zoning, whereas Sacramento's, I feel like, made much more information available to the user. So are we, or can I get a commitment that we're aspiring more towards the Sacramento model, not some of the other, I would say, kind of less accessible models?
Thank you for that question. The short answer is yes. That is the goal for both our code enforcement, planning, and land use, as well as building information, to be able to allow the public to access our information online as is publicly available.
So just so everybody understands what this is, and correct me where I go wrong. So this land management system, so I'm gonna go online, I'm gonna see a map of our city. I'm gonna go to a specific parcel that has a property of interest. I'm gonna be able to click on it. I'm gonna be able to access zoning, general plan information, building permit history, code enforcement, any sort of violation history. Is there anything else that I'm missing?
We have much of that today available on a module by module basis. Our goal with Excella is to consolidate everything so that it's easy for the customer to be able to interact in one user interface and access all that information.
Great. I'm supportive of the item. I'm just, one last comment is just pretty please take a look at the City of LA's ZEMA system. I think, again, that is the Cadillac of these types of systems, and I think that's what we should be aspiring to. It's encouraging that ASLA did the City of Sacramento's because theirs is a pretty good interactive system. So those are just my comments. I'm hoping that that's kind of the direction we're going with this.
Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and move the item.
A second. Thank you. Let's prepare to vote.
Motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez to approve agreements for enterprise land management system software and implementation services. Item number 13. Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Mayor, the next item is item 14 for a comment by Councilmember Hernandez.
Councilman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to speak on this item. Item 14 is furniture for the main library renovation, which is an important part of the city's history. We have a beautiful library right in the center of Orange County, and today we approved an agreement with New Tanagram LLC, Goforth and Marty DBA, and J.K. Minkin. Some of these providers have worked with libraries in our neighboring cities, and I'm really excited about modernizing Santa Ana's public library. Very happy that my colleagues unanimously supported this item. Investing in your children is investing in the future. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the items from the consent calendar.
Thank you, and we've already heard the public hearing item. So at this time, we're gonna go to the city manager comments.
Yes, I want to provide a brief comment regarding our cleanup. I know we've mentioned it multiple times, but I want to thank the Public Works Agency, as many of our residents, and when we go to meetings, often complain how our streets look, more importantly, how our bus stops are not being cleaned. Just as a quick highlight, we're going on our 21st, 22nd day of cleaning the bus stops, right? On the main arterials, that includes First Street, 17, Main Street, Grand Street, Bristol Street, Standard, Warner, Harbor, and Edinger. And our staff is out there from 6 a.m. to 3 o'clock in the morning. We average about 27 to 32 bus stops a day to cleaning. Over 705 have been cleaned so far. So I say that because as we travel to our city, you begin to see our city staff actually focusing on those kind of fundamentals where actually the public can see that we're trying to make sure that we sanitize and both our sidewalks, and more importantly, where people that ride the buses take an opportunity that actually sit and enjoy at least those amenities. So I want to thank the Public Works Agency for that component. On a second note, and I recognize the fact that Councilman Becerra recognized the Planning and Building Agency with the proclamation earlier today before the City Council meeting. But I do want to emphasize at the APA, the Association Planner Conference, was a statewide conference in Riverside. And as Executive Director Mentai said, over 1,500 attendees. But one of the things that I really do want to recommend and acknowledge about the planning and building and our city as we move forward in leadership positions is that we actually had our staff, and I'll mention them, Ricardo Soto, Ali Peixes por Margarita Macedonio, and Eve Portugal actually be the panelists and key components within the actual APA conference. And I can tell you, because I literally walked out and looked at the other panels at the same time, and you can tell that ours were the most visited and at least attended. So that just gives us the level of folks that you have within your staff and how we are providing some level of leadership within the city and the state. You notice that I sent an email earlier last week regarding our participation with Cal Cities and encouraging our policymakers to also take those leadership positions. And again, our posture is to make sure that the city of Santa Ana takes advantage of those type of training opportunities, highlight our work, represent our work not only regionally but statewide, and also encourage my policymakers to take the same approach, because that's where I think we as leadership are providing this direction, making sure that the city of Santa Ana is represented at the regional level, state level, and let's say national level too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Councilmember Vasquez, please.
Thank you so much. I'm excited for Day of the Dead. I know I'm a month off, but it's coming, and it's time to get ready, and hope families could sign up for Viva la Vida or Noche de Altares to bring their altars onto 4th Street. I know my favorite event for Day of the Dead is Valley de los Muertos, which you celebrate at my school, and the kids get involved. I want to make sure, I'll be remiss if I didn't mention Don Eric Velasco, who passed away, who started a marigold movement in Santa Ana, in a little house, little blue house in Henninger Park. And he did amazing work and started a movement, and now we grow them throughout our city, farms and gardens throughout Santa Ana, where we're growing marigolds. And actually, Abel Ruiz, who had an award from Crece earlier, was one of his mentees, and he grew it in the backyard. Carl, we had a neighborhood association for Central City, Bella Vista, Casa Bonita, and New Horizons. 25 people came out. It was great. Councilmember Hernandez sent out his staff. We were graced by the mayor. They were super excited. They were into it, asking questions and, fighting for themselves. It was great. Thank you, John, for coming as well. Always welcomed. And it was just a beautiful event. And I'm looking forward to the Mid-Autumn Festival. A shout out to, I just want to shout out to my students. They've been amazing the last year and this year. You guys have been awesome. Not that I don't love you in the past. That I just been a better teacher. And they're just so calm and just great children. And we're really good. And I love them to death. And a special shout out to JT for being the student of the month. He's a good kid. And all his teachers are really proud of him. Water polo. The boys at Santa Ana High School are doing a great job. I think they're 17-1, hopefully 18-1 today. Their moms told me I have to shout them out and bring them on at the end when they win league. So I want to shout out the Santa Ana boys water polo team. Maybe me and David could pair up since we both play water polo in high school. You play water polo. Oh, damn, okay, then 3 of us. All right. So shout out to the boys, Santa Ana High School water polo team. Thank you.
No, we're good. Do not come in your whatever you wore when you played water polo. Okay. Are you done, Councilman Vasquez? Okay, Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, we just want to invite the community to another creek cleanup that we're doing with OC Habitats later this month, and so we'll share that date via our newsletter and our social media channels. And thank you. It feels nice to get out of here before 9, hopefully.
Yep, Councilmember Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Mesco. I just wanted to thank Public Works and City Manager for your Clean City initiative on our bus stops. I know that I've mentioned this to you, City Manager Nunez, over the last couple of weeks, but our bus stops, it might be clean, but I personally don't like driving around and seeing 4 different versions of bus stops throughout the city. I know that we've slowly been transitioning them out. The ones pictured in the slideshow that you presented, those ugly aluminum ones, probably should be, I hope, on the list soon to be replaced with the nicer ones that we've been installing over the last couple of months or years. With those that we've installed, as much as I love tulips, I drive around, and the idea was to generate revenue from these bus stops and these shelters. However, these advertise here now tulips that don't seem to change ever on these bus shelters. We should make a proactive effort to go out there and try to hunt down advertisers and companies to pay us to advertise on our bus shelters. The tulips are starting to fade. So if we could work on that, I'd appreciate it. Aside from that, that is it. Looking forward to the Mid-Autumn Festival on Saturday. I will be with my daughter there who has her AOI that Auntie Ty got her, that finally fits her. So excited to see everybody out there on Saturday. Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank members of the public for attending today's city council meeting, as well as our city staff for putting this together. I especially am looking forward to wishing a happy birthday to our city attorney, Sonia Carvalho. Her birthday just passed this weekend. And I'm very much looking forward to the Viva la Vida and Noche de Altares events that are going to be happening in downtown Santa Ana. Those events have been happening. Specifically, Noche de Altares was the first event, started over 15 years ago. Started by local residents. It brings thousands of altars to the community that are led by residents. And next Thursday, we have a very exciting ceremonial street topper unveiling. It will be at the intersection of Santa Ana Boulevard and Pacific, as well as ceremonial street topper placed at Santa Ana Boulevard and Forest. We will be celebrating the Guzman family, Virginia and William Guzman, who were plaintiffs who sued Santa Ana Unified in the 1940s to desegregate those schools. Virginia and William Guzman were residents of Articia Pilar, and their home was off of 2nd and Rate. Their family still lives in the community, and their contributions to civil rights and desegregating our schools should be uplifted all throughout the country. Santa Ana will now have ceremonial street toppers at the intersections of where their story began. And then lastly, in our city of Santa Ana, we are a fighting community with a lot of world-class athletes. And this upcoming weekend, we have a historic fight happening that includes one of our own residents. Ronnie Rios is the brother of Alexis Rocha. And this Saturday, he will be fighting for the WBA World Championship title. He will be fighting Nick Ball in Liverpool, England. There will be over 40,000 fans watching Santa Ana's own resident fight for a world championship. And he's going to Liverpool to fight the champion in his own backyard. So your neighbor from your city is fighting for a world championship this Saturday against Nick Ball. Santa Ana versus everybody. We're putting our faith and our love and our hope into Ronnie Rios, that he brings back a championship to the city. And granted that we have a championship coming back here, I want to put it out there in front of my colleagues. We get a championship victory. We should do a parade for this man. This would be our first boxing world champion. And again, he's going to Liverpool to take that title. And in order to beat the champ, you gotta go and take it. So Ronnie Rios, we stand with you. Let's go, campeón.
Thank you, Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm also hoping Ronnie brings home the championship. One of the things that we are blessed in the city, especially on the south side, is that we do have some beautiful parks. And over the past couple of months, I've hosted my monthly community office hours at different parks. And this month, October 5th, on Saturday at 10 a.m., I'll be hosting it at Adams Park, right over there off of Rate and Warner. So I look forward to seeing everybody there. Have a good night.
I'm going to go next because Mayor Pro Tem will be closing the meeting out. On October 14th, here in the chambers from 6 to 8 p.m., there will be a Prop 36 educational forum. I usually have my neighborhood association meetings with all neighborhood association leaders, but instead of having that meeting, we're going to have a Prop 36 educational forum here in the chambers from 6 to 8 p.m. Also, the bus stop city manager, thank you so much for doing that. The police department, CityNet, thank you, Chief, for all the work. It's not just one person, it takes a whole village, right? We all know that, so thank you. Also, the older adult celebration was a lot of fun. It always is. The second year, we had a great time. No, I don't fit that older adult yet, but someday. The Logan reunion, oh my God, we had a great time. Councilman Becerra, Penelosa, and I were there. We brought in new flags for them, and we hung them up. And Hawk, thank you so much. Your staff got us new flags, and the Logan neighborhood was very happy. Got my Logan reunion shirt. I'm going to wear it to a meeting. Great people, had a great time. The Discovery Cube was wonderful. We had a good time there as well. On Saturday, October 19th, I'm having the next Coffee with the Mayor at Fire Station 75 on 1st and Main. I'm looking forward to that. It's always wonderful at the fire station. A lot of people turn out with their children. Again, October 19th at the Fire Station 75 on 1st and Main Street on October 19th. And finally, one more thing, two things actually. On October 12th at Santa Ana College, we'll be having second girls conference. Starts at 9 o'clock in the morning till 2 p.m. A lot of partners, a lot of resource tables, looking forward to that as well. So if you're a young lady between the age of 12 and 21, please sign up. There's a QR code. You can go on my newsletter. You can go on to social media. You can find it there. And it will be October 12th at Santa Ana College. Please go on there and register and join us. It's working in collaboration with Girls Inc. and many others, and it is a lot of fun. Finally, I'm going to close with this, that today I sent out a letter to Supervisor Sarmiento requesting help to fund school crossing guards in Santa Ana. As we all know, or we should know, Supervisor Sarmiento and Supervisor Don Wagner gave funding to the city of Orange for their crossing guard program, and I'm hoping that now we can reach out to him. Well, I've reached out to him today as the mayor of the city to ask for his assistance to bring the school district to the table so that Santa Ana Unified, the county, and the city can share the cost, all three of us as partners, for crossing guards throughout our city. So I'm looking forward to a response, hoping we can get our crossing guards back with assistance from the supervisor and Santa Ana Unified. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple of announcements first. Obviously, this Saturday, October 5th, it's going to be a packed one. First, between 9:30 and 1 p.m., you should visit the Vietnamese Catholic Center right here in Ward 1 for the Hope Health Fair. You can get your flu vaccines, hepatitis B screening, blood pressure screening, diabetes screening. Come, get checked. I got both my flu and my COVID vaccine a couple days ago. Feel great. So definitely do that. It's going to be an intense season. And of course, after you do all that, come by from 4 to 8 p.m., Centennial Park, also in Ward 1, for our Mid-Autumn Festival. It's our third annual festival. It's going to be an incredible time. Come visit our booth. We are just so excited to have you and just to see the community come out and learn about different cultures in the city. October 12th, Orange County Fire Authority is having station open houses. And so Station 75 in Santa Ana, that's at 120 West Walnut Avenue, you'll be able to come check out the fire station, check out the engines. It's gonna be super fun if you've never been to one before. I always learn something new when I'm there. And so lastly, thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to close this meeting. It was supposed to be on the last meeting, September 17th, and that it was, and still is, since the election is about a month away, September 17th is National Voter Registration Day. And it was also my dad's birthday. He passed away in 2017, and you know, I bring these things together because despite coming to America as a Vietnamese refugee, the first in his family who worked, he gave up going to school so that he can work and help to bring his family to America. He lived in America for 35 years, and he never registered to vote. He never got to see me run for office, and he never got to vote for me. And part of that is because, you know, I'm getting emotional, but so many immigrants and refugees who are forced to leave their homes out of fear due to violence and war often do not feel a part of the fabric of America. Many others do. I myself feel very American and very patriotic, but I bring this story up because I think it's incumbent on all of us here who have the right to vote, who have the privilege of being engaged with our government, to reach out to others and help lift them up and remind them that they're part of this community too. That they, whether they're an immigrant, a refugee, a asylee, or someone born in America, that they need to participate in this system because democracy cannot exist without them. So I encourage everyone to register to vote, to talk to your friends and family, and learn about what's on the ballot this November 5th. Because looking back, I wish I had the opportunity to sit down with my dad and tell him that his daughter ran for office and became the first Vietnamese American to represent the city of Santa Ana. And I'd like to believe that he would have registered to vote for me. Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.
Recording stopped.